Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/hobbyboxburns. I am Joe Burns, Hobbybox Burns, and we are here for more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I was cruising around Eorzea doing some odds and ends, and so we're just hanging out here in Ul'dah. I didn't want to go to Garlemald yet, just in case something happens, like, the moment we get there. So yeah. We ended up getting, all told, yesterday, it was 11 to 15 inches where I live. And so, I guess we could, to get the final report here, we'll take a look here. So yeah, so that's how much, that is how much snow has piled up here. Kind of see the trees now if I go up a little bit like that, but yeah, so it was quite a bit of snow. We don't always get that much at one time. There were some areas of the Twin Cities that got up to 20 or 21 inches of snow, which is just bonkers. That's a lot of snow. Even for Minnesota, that's a lot of snow in one go. Hey Titan, how you doing today? Hope everything is going well. Yeah, luckily I live in an apartment complex and my car is in the garage, so I don't have to worry about the shoveling. One of my roommates works in maintenance for the apartment complex. He has to do all the snow removal, so I get to not worry about it, which is nice. Let's see here. I am going to go to my journal here, and we're gonna hide that one. I'm doing great. I can't complain. It's been a good Saturday. I had to work last night for a bit, and then I was on call this morning, work-wise. But nothing came in while I was on call, so that is good. Hopefully, it's a smooth upgrade. Knock on wood. And we have not much of anything to worry about moving forward, but we'll see. Usually it's like near the end of the weekend or the beginning of the week that we start to get issues in if there's something that's... I mean, if there's something like drastically wrong, we find out right away, usually. But if there's issues, they usually don't pop up until down the line a little bit. Alright, so we need to go to Camp Broken Glass. And so, yeah, we're going to be getting into some probably hardcore spoilers here. And so if anybody is sensitive to those, be on guard. Sometimes I can get into the mode where I can be pretty good at drowning things out. Not focusing on what's happening in the game, and I don't really pay attention to that. When, like, watching other people play things. Oh, we should go to the mender here quickly. I don't know if we have things to be mended. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we are A-okay for now. Alright. Oh, looks like we're jumping right into a duty here, too. I wonder if this is going to be one of those where we jump around to all of our friends here. Callista, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald, oh yeah, they are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops that the Magna Glacius, that the Forum's air... On the Magna Glacius, that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees can't come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing for the Magna Glacius, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. Okay. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. We will proceed. Let's see what happens here. Earlier on the Magna Glacius. Well, there they are. All the beasts from afar.
No. No.
All the reused assets, yep.
Not the same. No.
Oh!
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Fortuno, of all people, huh?
Come, we must build a line of defense.
You don't have a weapon, though. Alphino, yep.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
All the reasons. How you doing today, baby Snow? Yeah, Stinian.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Yeah.
As you wish, my little lord.
You like how he's telling people who are being chased down by monsters to calm down. Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done, right? What are you freaking out about? Alright, we get to be a Stinian. Which really, I mean, we'll see if he has any other abilities that we don't have, right? Oh no, we are Alphino, okay.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded. Help us.
Oh my god. I have no idea what all this stuff does. So cure, cure, cure. Okay, and these are my damage spells over here. Oh no, 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 stop, guys. Oh, you guys suck.
Those who can stand, come with me.
I mean, these guys aren't going to... How do I calm them?
You're
Okay.
safe now.
Okay.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Can I leave the circle now? Okay, so that must be like a dot. Oh shit. Damn it. Alright. I needed to just focus on healing Estinian, I guess. I gotta look at those abilities again. I really wasn't sure 100% what they were all doing. That is the tricky part when they just drop you in as these characters. But I think I have time at the beginning. I just need to focus a little bit more on what they all do. Alright. Back in we go. Proceed. Guess it's just not easy being Elfino. That's what we're learning from this. Alright. So if diagnosis is just a 400-point heal.
See to the wounded.
Restores... Oh, okay. So this is like our Medica.
Help is at hand.
Okay, that's our shield plus heal. And this is a bigger heal. Alright, that's just a damage with a 2.5 seconds, so GCD cast time. Instant cast here. And that's a dot. And this is a area of effect attack. Okay. I can't do anything to target them. I was wondering if I could put a shield around them, if that would have helped protect them, but no. Sure didn't. Get our dot on these guys.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Okay.
You're safe now.
So the top one's my big heal, but it has a GC. It's a cooldown.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Oh, I think I have to stack, don't I? Okay, I missed that indicator before too. Right. All right, we did it right there. Nice. Oh, a booba beast. Is that what we were fighting? I didn't even notice. I guess I was always on the other side of it.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
That doesn't sound good. It's been a long time since we've heard this song.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Hey!
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
The Garleans fighting alongside us.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid. For once.
Nice. Gonna fight as him now?
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that
Well, that's
I've no
good.
doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Truly is the end days.
Oh!
Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
So we're gonna be Alce this time. Alright, we'll see how close she is to Red Majory. She should be pretty accurate. Okay, so this is Verflare combo. There's our Scorch combo. Crimson Savior, Contra 60. Embolden, we'll use that. We've lost too many already. Graha, with me. It's so weird how they have it all laid out on here. I'm so used to having it, to building it up my own instead of running through all the motions. It's so weird. Alright. Don't change.
I'm fine.
Beast calls down a rain of meteors. That does not sound good. Oh, I think I have to be in here, right? Oh, shit. You're over here, Graha. Alright, now we get for Flare.
Nothing to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Oh, from that side, okay. Vermilion Pledge. There we go. That took care of it.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Well, we know more info about that. I don't know if it'll help.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
Palaka.
I remember you. From Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
She should have double casted that cure. Oh, is this when I pop in? Yep. Just like in the, oh, Graha does it. Nice. Okay, that's cool.
Get out of here! Quickly!
From the trailer, that's the Warrior of Light that does that.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Badass Grahatia. Alright, so now we're him, I think.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less.
Ha.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
I mean, we could be rushing a little bit more, don't you think? We're just slowly walking.
Oh.
It's a little ridiculous. Like, people are getting destroyed here and we're just sauntering in. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. I can't. It's too funny. You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
Ah, there we go.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Alright, let's kill a beast. In the coming battle, you will fight as yourself. Ha ha ha! Well, that's right. I have multiple charges of life surge now.
Just the beginning.
Hey, the whole crew's here now.
I'd find you. This should be the last of the worst trouble missions. Quickly!
Okay. Get back into this to get my boost going here. Go. Whoa. Okay. Oh, this is so weird. That was a crazy looking set of AoEs. Alright, got him down to 38%. Oh shit, I need to stack! Sorry guys! Oh, I didn't quite move in time for that one. We're still alright though. Oh, there we are. Yes, all right. I can't state enough how much the Dragoon stuff just flows so much better now than it used to. It is so much better. It's kind of crazy, just like the streamlining of a couple of things, how big of a difference that makes.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
So close, but yet so far away.
Yes. Well.
Is their dad softening a bit, maybe, here?
Behind
finally?
you! Just there!
Mouthbeast. Then again, you can say that about, like, most of them. Like, mouths in his armpit, or his elbow pit. That's a weird thing. What?
Zenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
He just saved someone. How does this... What?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Jesus. Frickin' Zenos.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
So he's feeling he's hurt because we're directing all of our furor against other people than him. That's rich.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Gives 0 fucks.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Motivational speaker Zenos.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Zenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
Alistair trying to open the door to Zenos' redemption
You will
arc.
never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
He don't care. No. Doesn't seem like it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
I mean, is there anything to do here in Garlemald now that it's being destroyed and everybody's evacuated?
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Yeah, save me 1,000 gil to teleport.
But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Alright, we're gonna go with him to, Camp Broken Glass.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He could force me to fight if he threatened to kill a friend. Well, definitely. For some reason, it is kind of baffling. I just love that he's miffed that we're so focused on this other stuff and not paying him the attention.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Hey, Ross. Day's going great. How's your day going today? Happy Saturday. Did you get everything shoveled out? Oh, okay. You got to pawn it off on the roommate. That's always a good thing. Alright, I need to take a very quick break. And so we will be back here. Whoop, find the right mouse. We'll be back here momentarily. So hold that thought. Alright, we are back. You shoveled last night to lighten the load? That is true, you did say that. So that helps. Because I'm guessing if you shoveled around 8 or 9, you probably took care of half of it, right? Because there wasn't that much wind. That's the saving grace, is there wasn't a lot of wind. So that helps at least. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First turned up. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the First, there is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Sure did. They say hi, and not to overexert yourself. Lena and Becklug both warned me against overexerting myself? Strange that they would express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact, but their advice is duly noted. Elfino! That the final day should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since last we spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it. You take it? Right. I was gonna say. Before we talk to Alice, this caught my eye. I just want to see. So here's a question, Baby Smell. Are the riding maps worthwhile once you unlock the ether currents? Does it speed up your movement in the zone while flying too? No? So I don't understand why they don't have that available right away, because it gives you a reason to earn the gemstones then. Whereas having it unlock later after you destroy more fates, you probably have all the ether currents done by that point. That just doesn't make sense to me. To see Zenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. You're probably right. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. This is a weapon that we're not going to unlock. We still need to quiz you about your time on the First, if we ever get more than a moment's respite. Yeah, well, it was more than just the First that we visited, but you guys don't know that yet. Outside help. Lucia is taking stock of the present situation. Are we all going to go to Charlian, it looks like?
No major injuries then. Good.
Good.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
Riding maps only seem to affect ground speed. Okay. Yeah, so it's so weird that unlocks that way then. Okay.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Believe riding maps are a relic of the past before flying existed. It's weird, though, that they'd still keep adding him to the game, though.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You
permit us to retain our weapons.
Why not?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
True.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Nod.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, well. There's a lot to talk about.
Did you hear something just now?
What in the world? What the fuck?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
They're down on the planet now.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Oriange and his harem of
'Tis
Loporrits.
heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. what it is? At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
So apparently they determined we needed some comic relief, which is accurate.
Says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey, maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydalin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
So they never saw them? Like who they were working with?
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydalin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have it. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights. Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yeah, you probably should have a pair of tights on, or something.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
And that was when the airship was shot down and the story ends. All the important people gone. Except for Y'shtola. She's left with Master Matoya to try to make things work out. And Tataru and Kryl. Alright. I dare say Master Fortuneau was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Yeah, we have lots of shit to discuss. I am curious I'm curious what they make of all that we learned. Alright, so we are halfway to level 89. The next role quest isn't available until 89. I will say at first I was a little, I don't know. It just didn't feel like there was much to the role quest. I do like that, I like the whole Company of Heroes inclusion to it. And it makes me more curious to see what they do with the other ones. What other, like, aspects of the game that they haven't really touched on for a long time get pulled in. I have a feeling the magic one will probably be, like, the Red Mage trainer, I think it's Alrune Tia, if I remember correctly. Seeing as how Alice was saying he was going to have some role to play. Alright, we're good there. Alright, sort everything there. So let's see, when we look through the stuff that we have, so I think it would be replacing everything. We probably won't replace our coat. Seeing as how that is what we got that out of the last dungeon. But we could do headgear, hands, legs, and feet, since those are all 84. And then any of these coffers that we get. I was going to say, there isn't like any other things that we would need to try to clean up here. We don't have to worry about ether currents here, so we'll head to the Annex and see what we can find out. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. Soon get to purchase relic armor. Oh, that is true, because I am almost to 90. So then at that point, yeah, I might as well not even worry about that then. That is true, Baby Smile. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Alright, maybe everybody should sit down. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Metian. Metian. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Metian, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Metian escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Thavnair, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Thavnair you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. An enchantment or a GPS tracker, right? Do you suppose she has abandoned her purpose, her pursuit of Metian? No, but Metian is still out there. We only know the piece of Thavnair that Thavnair shared with us. Aye, though not for lack of trying on Hydaelyn's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her will, and provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Metian. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon whosoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and the other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Oh, that's our call to go to the Forum, I'm guessing.
Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus.
Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah! Woohoo!
Yeah! 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loporrits were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse, and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Metian, we would do well to heed their counsel. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, they fight. Either way, it is all right to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we may not know what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the Rostra. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The Rostra reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Fandaniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus and Manus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral Calamity averted, in this timeline at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Etheirys now. Baby Smell, you wonder if Hydaelyn gave you the Elpis flower because you going back in time was already fated to happen? Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, because, for instance, her memory was never erased. And so, with the whole, like, concept of time in general, right? She would remember that we were there, so she has to give it to us to make sure that we are there, right? I mean, you get into the tricky things of, well, how could that happen first if the other things didn't happen for her to give it to us? And that's where that stuff always gets tricky. I suppose we could just use this. Bum, 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 bum. The Rostra Steward. The Forum is in session, and as such the Rostra is closed to visitors. We have the Scions. A Scion of the 7th Dawn, very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I'll need my lance. This is the rostra where the Forum convenes. What? Do you wish for a tour? Then enter and speak with one in charge of such things. I've already talked to him before. Boop, 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 boop. Oh! Oh. My bad. Probably wasn't supposed to take the shortcut through. It's all good, though. It's all good. There's what's-his-face. There's Fortuno. Barnier. Order, I say, order. Order, I say. An order. That'd be great if Foghorn Leghorn's voice actor voiced him.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
You don't have it.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Whenever this song comes on, it just makes me think of how they revealed Male Vieira, because I saw that video, and this song is just tied to it since this was the music on it, and it just always seems weird to me, because I just see like a male bunny prancing around.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, We are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
This one they're not gonna like.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Wow.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
That was weird.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Well, that's quite a few. Fortuno's hand up.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
He is not.
Fortuno, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Interesting. Phew. I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that with us too, and with Master Matoya. if they've any sense. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. But from your account it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vina knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Form's preparations to escape to the moon, aligning so closely with the advent of the final days, is surely no coincidence. Perhaps if Midgard Somer was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrits. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Form's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Very true. Fortuno. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Form's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteion, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Etherburner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Etherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yes, that usually helps. As Father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educate us about the Etherburner. Fortuno's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. Going underground. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Etherburner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. Sure can. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? All right. Down to the Archean. Which makes sense if they're building an ark underneath it, that it would be called the Archean. There we go. Yeah, with all the snow outside the window, it's even brighter coming back from the backlighting, so apologies for the lighting being as wonky as it is. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archean to the moon? They said they'd started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Can't lose anything. None of the knowledge can go. Some would surely object to the Form allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Like a week? In a day? Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. That is true. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archean. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loporrits did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archean's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Hey, we don't have to take the long way around anymore. Thank cripes for that. Okay, we haven't done enough fates here yet. But I think that's because most of the fates are, like, in the spots we haven't found yet. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Marial Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. He wants to talk to us about his kids, I'm guessing. All the way down here, okay. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure all of the ether currents are beneath us now. Pretty sure we got all of them that we had access to. Yeah. Though I did kind of figure that was what we were gonna, whatever we could do, we were gonna take a ship somewhere to get to try to get to where we could find Metian. I had sort of assumed that we'd use the moon to do that, but looks like the queue times are starting to go down. By this time, you'd expect there to be 2K to 4K people in queue, but there's only a little over 1,000. That's good then. Dead game. Logisticon Alpha. Pilfa Dalfa. My colleague was meant to help me transport some equipment, but he's still nowhere to be seen. Honestly, is he going to make me wait until the world ends? That is coming pretty soon, actually. He might, inadvertently. After all the waiting, the Gleaner delivered a counterfeit. I'm hoping to have them refund me and find the genuine article, but I worry that time is fast running out. Very true. Not to presume overmuch, but you've the air of an outsider about you.
If you are indeed new to the area, then I would be more than happy to answer any burning questions you might have. What do you do here? I am a Sky Weaver. Now I know what you are thinking. Surely you mean Sky Watcher, but rest assured I did not misspeak. As you may have guessed, I do not watch the sky, but weave it. We in Labyrinthos are not subject to the natural world's tempestuous vagaries. Instead, we are subject to mine. So should you like to keep things sunny, do not cross me. What kind of place is this? Here we have Logisticon Alpha, a facility designed for the explicit purpose of controlling both air currents and the environment's moisture content, thus allowing us to manipulate the weather itself. By releasing vapor from our underground waterways, we are able to form all manner of cloud, including those capable of producing precipitation. Air currents, meanwhile, are caused by a large fan-like device located at the top of the facility. The specimens and materials located in Labyrinthos are of paramount importance, and it is critical we maintain an environment that supports their survival and longevity. Furthermore, the structure serves as the gateway into the Central Circuit, where our most highly classified research is conducted. Access to said area is restricted to those who have obtained express permission from the Forum. Makes sense. All these people don't have express permission, it seems. Knowing the Forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fershino by any chance? A little bit. Almost. I wonder what this place is actually for. Well, we kind of know now. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. We must be close to the Central Circuit, which is where Sharlayan's greatest secrets are held, if the tomes I perused told the whole story. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. We are to wait here until our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Yes, we didn't need to talk to that guy. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. Of course you did. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit.
It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Whoop, 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 whoop. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Thank you. Thank you, Hester. Much appreciated. Oh, the rain! Why is it raining here? I must have pissed off that guy. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Hydaelyn, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Sharlayan's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. This is it, the Central Circuit. The sooner we can get a look at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume, a not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. Very true. Especially seeing as how he's not very good with money, as we found out. Not as bad as Estinian, though. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. Oh, it's pretty rainy, actually. Please tell me we're almost there. Or is there another underground level we have to reach? The even more central circuit, perhaps? No, it looks like it just goes all over the place. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. $188 yalms to the northwest. Seems like something that's going to be over like here. Oh, north. Oh, it's going to be over there then? Or is it still down below? Oh, we can't jump up there. Go this way for a second. Discover ourselves a new location. Whoops. Oh, there it is. I see it. So now that we've seen the rest of Labyrinthos, do we get a title called Charlian Walker, since we got the Moonwalker after finishing on the moon? Alright, nice, nice, nice. 482 to the northwest. Alright, that's pretty far away. Where do we need to go? Down that way. Whoops. Center Anala. Fiery. So I did start off going the right way. My bad. Yeah, so that's your title. So when you unlock different achievements, usually finishing quests. So like this quest, I got this title. And so in the character menu, under profile, you have a list of all of the titles that you've unlocked. And then you can set that to whatever you want it to be. So I think like one of the first one you get is like Heart of the Party. Is one of the first ones people end up getting. A lot of the other ones you get from quests later on in the MSQ. But yeah, that's like the title you get for accomplishing different things in the game or finishing different objectives. Yeah, it's a fun little, I don't know, it's something to like add as like, oh, I'm proud of this thing that I accomplished in the game, or this sounds cool kind of thing, you know? A little flavor thing. Doesn't really mean much, but it's fun. Scan Reese. No, if we do that, there's a chance the mechanism won't function at all. We'd best rethink the design from scratch. Bum, 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 bum. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loporrits, given their familiarity with such technologies. I was expecting the Skysteel manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't even realized we're here. Or perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. Is he talking to himself? Perhaps you'd like to break the ice? This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. What does he look like? He's just a little guy.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
I was expecting him to just say, "Who the fuck are you?"
There are archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Hey, that's mean.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether.
Whoa!
Ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Probably.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporrits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
We have to go to Cartano to get some of it?
That's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
What about the satellite that crashed into the moon? Heimdall's last stand.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Ah. You want me to go and fetch the Whatsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Something the Scions can go do?
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Of course he is. There's gotta be some in Mordona.
Such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary. in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether.
The tether where Tiamat
Any
was.
extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Yes! Uh-huh. He's happy. Dad is proud here. Is he off, like, standing somewhere? I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to the names as a certain warrior of light. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. It's true. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the Seventh Umbral Calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis-Schwa watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. First the Telephoroi, and now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsabard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't all so committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Elfino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Well, I'm all for relying on the power of friendship, but we're now left with the rare luxury of having nothing to do. There must be something that requires our attention. Oh, I'm sure there is. There always is. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and time again it seems that Allagan, something or other, are either the cause or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once launched Garlemald will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Elfino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? Secret. That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I'll leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Cutscene time. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah. Uh-oh. Things are going to happen here now, it seems.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Garlemald and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
There's music.
Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Loporrits, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
She knows what he likes.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Oh, Nanamo getting the spotlight there. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, see what Khan Isena is up to, I'm guessing. And Falgord float. Or actually, it'll just be Arun Senna.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Garlemald's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Lise?
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
Yep, Alamiga's gonna just take you guys over next, you know. If we survive this.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
Yeah, she did live here for years.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Was that an innuendo? That might have been an innuendo.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh, Papalimo. Meanwhile, in Kurthus. My god, it's cold up here! Melaine.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
It took you that long to realize what he was doing?
A roar! A dragon's roar!
Dragons are coming to help. Which ones, though? Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Loporrito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles!
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Yeah? Alright. Nobody's saying anything different. No job too small. Elfino is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done much more than that. Than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than your average scholar. Looks like they've had better days, though. Yes, yes. The Kojin have been through stuff. Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholar types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. I'll admit, without refined adamantines, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the ether burner performing any better. If you lot don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. Alright. Good to know. Sir Konkol. Kokol, not Konkol. Kankle. $69 yalms to the west. Let's get this ether current while we're over here. There it be. Dun, dun, dun. 419 yalms to the west. Also, there's one like right at the end, it looks like. I need to take another quick break. We will be back very quickly here. So just give me one moment. All right, we are set to get back to it here. So let's keep heading west here to get this other ether current. Is this like another lift that goes down? It looks like there's like a walkway there. We might be hitting a dead end here at some point. Oh, maybe not though. Woo! There it is. To the north. So yeah, up in that area somewhere. Alright, so I think we've found everything that's off this direction. Alright. It'll take us a little bit to get back the other direction. I think the hard thing, though, is that we'll still have to try to track down Metian I don't know necessarily how they're going to plan on doing that. Whoa. Alright. Oh, so that one's done. We could do this, though. Incident files elemental attraction. Whoa. A good few, like, living crystals, huh? Hopefully I didn't aggro too many. Hey, we did it. Easy enough. There must have been a tank in there that was keeping the aggro off, which was nice. Alright, we are almost to where we need to be. And we'll get an Aetheryte, which will be nice to have. Another one of those here for faster travel to this region. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it is hidden underground. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they're permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Sharlayan society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of that of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Sharlayan Hamlet.
I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me and I'll put my lance through it. As surprised as I was to learn the Forum planned to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me? In the shadow of yon corner. One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings.
Where is the shadow of yon corner? From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scarlark Monteshang mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally about getting in anyone's way. Ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Can do. Oh, we got a Ether Current quest too over here, looks like. A Chocobo Keep? What a novel flippin' idea. Don't have one anywhere else here. A Vexed Veterinarian. Let the good times troll. A veterinarian in Charlian Hamlet is wrangling with a beast of problem. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed, I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Of course we will. Wouldn't be doing it otherwise. Well, we might as well grab this while we're right next to it. Master Fortuno is the head of Vaporia, and it is for his beliefs I continue to labor so. Okay. They must be up here. People we need to try to track down. There we go. Silken Grin. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out, it's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Charmant. Oh no, that's a quest, not a talk to you to complete stuff person. We don't need a quest. Steady currents. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Kokos managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. Oh, if only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties.
But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well.
So it seems like they have conviction, at least in what they're doing. That means something anyway. Paul Tissan. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Well, there you go. You are in luck. Careful walking through this area, outsider. The Skateen are ever watchful of the goings-on here. One wrong move and it could mean your eyes. Haha, I jest. Oh dear, did you believe me? Ain't no time for that. Jokes? Get to work. Don't make jokes. Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh, and there's our bunny friends. Hum, hum, hum. What joy to sample the delights of Aetheris. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion in the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He's taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. No, they don't like Archon loaf. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Callista. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for, having those other Loporrits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. 'Twould appear the Loporrits have infiltrated Sharlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not. Fancy meeting you here, Callista. Our friends in the Forum brought us to see their teeny-tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't have any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the Forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, we don't know this stuff down here. If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. Haha. Wise guides. Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself of the Loporrits. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environment and Bestway's burrows, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Callista, chuckle chuckle. I don't know what the what's it is. Is that a chocobo? Or is that one of those people's chocobos? It looks like it's a chocobo. The Loporrits' technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlian... what's-its. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I am sure will be most informative. My word, what magnificent architecture, such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? What was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed Chief of Pudding Research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Aetheris' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? I have not. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera, zoom in and out. Alright, FPS. The tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but it's that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through the window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. There's the water wheel. Metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of the cogs at the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. That's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside, too. Mushroom-like thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. It's a water tower. A little water tower. I guess it's a little bit bigger than it seemed. We were just zoomed in, apparently. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loporrits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thavnair are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common for sites for villages in Garlemald. Let's do this. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we've anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Elfino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporrits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth. Loporrits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Ah! Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Okay, we can do that. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction What's-it. Oh, other way. Actually, we can mount up. Oh, I guess we could have went out up here. Oh, we're gonna have a fight before we get to where we're going, I'm guessing. I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties were not nearly as delicious as we might appear. Now we're gonna have to fight. Probably another one of those things. Thank you so much. I really hope the water extraction What's-it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. That's a Reaper. Oh, no. Ether currency other way. Oh. Oh, this is the other quest. Haha. Well, we might as well do it while we're out here. Hurry on now, wayward troll. Alright, looks like it headed back. So we can finish that when we go back? We made it. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logist Icon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Going up. Vedaloizon. Up we go. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. On this occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. Oh, that's the same thing he said before. Agriculture shock. Cookingway is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariol Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. He's gonna stay here and babysit these guys? 'Twould appear I have inadvertently taken upon myself the more demanding duty, entertaining 3 inquisitive Loporrits to thy 1. Yet be that as it may, 'twill be my pleasure to impart what little knowledge I possess to our would-be saviors. Oh, I'm gonna guess we're gonna end up fighting like those garlic and tomato and stuff like that. The stray, like these stray food stuffs. We'll end up fighting with him probably. Makes sense if he's the cooking dude. Let's stretch out a little bit. Yes, this is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Alright, he's going to be following us now. Oh, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides to become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes. They are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. We're on the same path as coffee break here. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. See how fast you can run, cooking way. Got some pumpkins, it looks like. That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Is this a lemon? Looks like a lemon tree. He's probably not going to like this. What a wonderful fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. No. My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof, bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. The sound effects. This is... delicious! It's all the sugar. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has the starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Bye! Bye! So he's one of the Forum's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems a decent sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully the next time he has one, he won't be compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life and the immaculate carrot again. Alright, so now we just gotta go back. Yep. Hopefully, after this we can just go back to Charlian. Hamlet. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Yes. Limsa Lominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Sage Council. Orianger appears to be tallying the Loporrits in preparation for an imminent departure. Callista, I trust thy time at Mariole Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aw. He didn't want to go. Alright, we'll turn this in since the Wayward Troll came back. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, like this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah yes, your reward. Here as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Alright. So I think there's going to be one more Ether Current side quest. Oh no, two more. And then two more Ether Currents to collect. And then the final one with MSQ. But it's probably going to be... I was going to say, I know there's one more... Oh, could we have gotten... Oh, we probably could have gotten there. That would have been convenient. That would have been smart if I would have looked a little bit farther that way. While we were wandering that way. 236 yalms to the northwest. Alright, so the Ether Current's going to be over in here somewhere. But we are going to take another quick break. So we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, we are back. We are back. So let's see what's going on with all of our companions here. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? Hear, feel, think. Why did I not ask Jebki how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. That was ever so delightful. And with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. The Loporrits want for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. What's wrong? Yes, Callista, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant, at least. The trees in Dravania stand particularly proud. Yeah, the Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed. It's where I hail from. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers, while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the Forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Thancred's your favorite NPC? I can see that. Lots of people feel that way too. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up for the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. "'Tis as good a place as any. Come." I don't know. Like, prior to Shadowbringers, because of, like, I, like, actually really enjoyed Stormblood and the fact that you're traveling with Alisaie through a lot of that. So, like, Alisaie became one of my favorites just because it's, like, she was, like, my foxhole buddy. Like, we were in all these fights together and all this stuff. So I really liked her. Estinian's always been interesting. He's hard to really call, like, a favorite, you know? Though they've done a lot of good work with him in Endwalker to make him more dynamic, which has been good to see. But in Shadowbringers, they did such a good job of making all of the characters so interesting that, I don't know, it's really hard now to say, like, this one's my favorite, that one's my favorite. But I would probably, sort of like when we had to make the decision of who we talked to that one night, I still lean towards Alisaie. Because we're war buddies at this point, right? Been through thick or thin in the foxhole together. You'd best go with them. I don't think Urianger misjudged him, but Growing Way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any Loporrits in tears. So, thought that just popped into my mind. We're not going to have like a Loporrit turn into one of these beasties, are we? Because that would be pretty sad. It's either that or else one of these guys is going to turn into a beastie. I have a fear that this is where this is going to end. Some sort of a blasphemy is going to pop up out of someone. Though Loporrits are probably completely ether, so it might be too difficult for them to. Oh, can I help you? Look at these bunnies. Aren't you happy now? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Ah, those little fellows do look like good listeners. Is it because of their ears? Is that why you're saying that? I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Sharlayan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Allagan technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not sure about that, but well. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Her ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Oh, I see. So you're looking at it like this. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we would like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheirys, and learn more about them while we're at it. Yeah! Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Callista, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporrit. I'd be happy to. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporrit, and every Loporrit in their place. Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. Thank heavens I asked you. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Sharlayan Hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. Wah, 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 wah. Well, it looks like that's, someone we gotta talk to at some point. Or maybe it's someone we already talked to at some point, I guess. Anxious engineer. Little close, sorry. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Yes, why did you not think of that? I'm kidding. A capricious researcher. Ah, haha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster! Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next! And yet I've never felt so alive! This one is beyond your help. Only sleep could save her now. She's punch drunk. Irascible administrator. Yelling at the junkmonger of all people. Yes! Yes, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be any more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loporrits. Grimacing naturalist. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporrits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Ponderous mathematician. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Alright, there's another one over here. A tired gleaner. Not sure the Loporrits are going to be able to help with that. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. The gleaner seems fine, if in need of a break. Alright, so there was another one back that way. We'll work our way over that direction. Occupied administrator. Woo! How might I help you? Why, what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. That's funny. A harried etherologist, huh? Blasted assistants! Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine... The Loporrits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. Gotta run all over the place for this one. We have half of the people that we could send to the Loporrits. A hyperventilating engineer. Okay, we got one down there. Is there anyone else over this direction first before we head that way? Does not look like it. We're getting to the edge of our circle. Alright, we got a distracted researcher over here. Woo! 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out and add to the mound. 55 bunches of weeds in the ground. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. But then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Here's our hyperventilating engineer. So 3 more we need to find. By gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. Oh, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. Oh, I'm breathing more easily already. All right. So we have 2 more to find. Over the hedges. Oh, here we go. Level-headed engineer. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. She might still want to see the bunnies, though. Excuse me, do you have any digestives? We do stock them, but we just sold out. My apologies. Everybody's got gas. I guess all the stress is creating mass amounts of IBS in Charlie and Hamlet. Gotta go over here then. Despondent engineer. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. Oh, I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark? Oops. What did he say? How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. There we go, 1 more. Hey, good jump. Skeptical researcher. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I've been there. I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what made by God's knows who. Well, you can meet them. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. Well, they ask enough of them. Oh, flying down here would be nice. Alas, we are not quite there yet. Growing way. Callista, he said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. Oh, it was worth it all after all, wasn't it? Even of the mistakes we made, because now we can tell them what not to do. It's true. Growing Way has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. Shlono Ralno. Ahem, a little privacy, please. What you doing there, Shlono? Nice. Behold, Callista. Through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I pray that Living Way is joyed to see so many heart and souls when she doth return. Alright, time to wait. Even Urianger's getting in on it. I suppose he's just mixing people together.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Can't say that, Thancred.
Taken. After you and your friends left Mare Lamentorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Etheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt.
Who's they? Oh,
Master
Mohnbreda and
Minsoir,
Minfilia. Yep.
Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh, these must be her parents.
Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me.
In the fields, yeah.
But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
outsider. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Well, and it's that because that's the thing I've been thinking about, because they've definitely set up the whole like trying to find like other places for them to settle. Like they've set it up a lot, which, but it's one of those things where they just like, because I was trying to think of ways like if they actually do destroy Aetheris, like how they could make that work, where because you still have to have the ability to go back and do the old content, right? And so I've been trying to think about how they do that. Like, the only thing they could do is if, like, the ship had, like, a holodeck, and basically you teleport it somewhere, and you teleport into that. Like, that would really be the only way that they'd be able to, like, feasibly make that work and still keep all the old content valid. Because they're not going to redo all that old content in some way. Because that's just way too much work. Without doing, like, a second game. Like, a second version of the game that you'd be building separately. And I don't think they have the manpower for that either. So yeah, I think the other thing that makes that scene as poignant as it was, pull from Star Trek. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I was thinking about with that. The other thing that makes that scene so good is that that's the first time they've ever been able to make a hug work in the graphics engine, I believe. Because there's lots of moments previously where all they do is like head pats or arm pats, because at least the way that the players have interpreted that is that they couldn't make hugs work in the graphics engine. I mean, if you see the amount of clipping that happens everywhere else, it's pretty apparent that happens. So that also makes that, for being like the first hug in the game, pretty poignant. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. I was so busy asking questions about Aetheris that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where to begin? Where would I begin? Whoops. Where to talk to you? Goodness me. I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to and so many things to learn. I assure you that my fellow Loporrits are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be a part of their lives and know that we've made a difference, it's so much more than I ever dreamed. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Yeah, that was on him for not coming home. Don't blame me. In classical Rogan language, it's so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed aglow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that selfsame light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Moonbreeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Oh, Callista, be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, 'twould have been far harder had I faced them alone. Foot gear. Hither and yarns. The pall of anxiety over Charlian Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Pray assist Mistress Alice. She hath taken up too great a burden, like as not. Livingway and I shall attend to matters here. Okay, so... Oh, we have another Ether Current quest here. And then Alice is over yonder. So let's go this way first and pick up this quest. We are just about to level 89. Musselfrat! The lad in Labyrinthos. Chondrite necklace coffer. Musselfrat is awfully worried about something. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? Oops. I accidentally hit the button. I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place? I thought only researchers lived here. Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work in Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living in Charlian Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart to others. So he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents at this point. Thank you. Verpolain, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. Oh, and there is another. There's the last Ether Current quest over that way. So let's go pick that up too while we're at it. Oh, we can't jump through there. Up there. Vieira Gleaner. Not Ehrenwald, though. Gleaner's Wish. The Vieira Gleaner is watching you with interest. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Another world? Is that meant to be a jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabania. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. So that's Gleaner's Wish. Oh, and this is the other one. Lead and Labyrinthos. Alright, we'll hit that up first then. Oop. This way seems to be direct. There he is. Verpalane. What? Who are you? Ah. Alright, so this is gonna be how this goes, huh? Yeah, let's go check on him again. There's a good chance he, like, ends up leaving the town, and we'll have to go get him. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Ah! I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine. I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. Then it's settled. I mean, that makes me sound like a sellsword, but... You know, you don't get to 12.9 million gil without making some money. Yeah, so that's the beginning of, like, a longer... So, like, each like, town in a game will have, like, one of these longer quest lines that have, like, a picture to it. It's like a primary side quest. Be the only way I could explain it, I guess. So I do like to go through those, but right now we're like MSQ focused. Woo! Yeah, neither of my options there, I think, were good for dialogue choices. So I just went with the, I'll take your money. Elemental Reactor Operator. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, the traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, so if you will. No worries, no judgment. I feel like there's judgment, Titan. I feel like there's judgment. I'm kidding. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Radzatan, about how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Alright, now we gotta take it back to him. Up there. Woo! Here you are. Do you have the lantern crystal for me? It's red. That means death. No, don't leave. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabania. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. I'll do anything for an ether current. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, speaking of which, 285 yalms northwest. We will head that direction and see if we can't find that. Because there's nothing else that we need to do here, and we need to go down there to catch up with Alice. 68 yalms to the southwest. Alright. We are close. Right there it is. $352 yalms to the west. Alright. Well, we might as well go this way then. Largest icon, Beta. So Alice is down there. 189 yalms to the west. So we will go over there to pick that up and then come back for Alice. To the south. Go around this Birkenin here. There it is. Woo! Woo! Alright, so this should be the last one, I think. If I remember correctly. Sure was. Alright. Now over to Alice. Squeal, squeal. Callista, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? I really have nothing else to do. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Elfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate of samples to Elfino. 3 minutes to complete the task. Where do we need to go? That way. Okay. Well, it shouldn't take us 3 minutes to go that far. Just can't get attacked, I suppose, is the big thing. After this quest, do we get the Crate Walker title? Woo! Look at me, carrying crates. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Thancred told me to. Ha! Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, well, so was I. It turns out this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look. And not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Nah. Water! Whoa. What happened to those supplies you ordered a while back? What happened? Pique my curiosity and then just don't tell me? Alright. Get ourselves attuned here. Yeah, that's almost the whole area discovered. Nice. Now it's just what is beneath. This must be Theopoldin. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. Yeah, I don't recognize him. Gods, it never ends, does it? Oh, what can I do for you? We've brought the samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Elfino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yea high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's new liths, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? I don't care about the stories. Don't make me do this work. Wait right there. You will find a Forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alizé. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Okay, just over hither. Okay, it doesn't open. So, oh, what? Oh, I should fit through there. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Take your paperwork. Ah. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents into my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Hey, some people are behind us. Wah! Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paper remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Ha 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 ha! Of course, I've known your father for so long. I must have something, Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nyon-Crep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nyon-Crep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Schwa looked not to Nyon-Crep's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow, thus. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis Schwa lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louis Schwa's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his chores are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's nor Fortuno's a cranky old goat, and I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration of the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Yes, we can. Or can we? Hail, you three! Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed them too long as it is. What about you, Callista? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. 'Tis strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. Much as I'd like to press Theopoldin for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. Once forged, an unspecified task awaits you. Good description. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. Sounds good. This way, then. Walk this way! Talk this way! Walk this way! I guess I'm more hovering this way, but... Jump, jump, jump. Ah. This building here, it looks like. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose little threat to you. Wait here, if you would. Oh, there we go. Swirling Appa. Oppa! More water sprites. Trunk. Take out the big guns on this one. Survey the designated location again. But I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Did everything go smoothly out here? Sure did. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, just merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Garlemald, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amen. Oh no, no. Wrong button. Amen wanted to travel the Sea of Stars. He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea was with such fervor. This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Aman to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke highly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amen provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amen's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amun was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet... to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol's is getting on? Why don't we? Yep, so we just have the, whatever quest is going to give us the flying here to get, and then we're all set for flying here in Labyrinthos. Which would really make traveling through here so much easier. Then we could just cut across, or we could go up to get to where we need to go instead of having to go to the different points where we can actually travel upwards. Whoop! Wow. Oh, over here. Over here this time. 10 million XP. Yeah, we're just about to level 89. How's it going, Konso? Long time no see. I did thoroughly brief Kokol of refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Whew! I can feel those flames a-blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Probably not. Level 89. Ding, ding, ding. I did thoroughly brief Kokol on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor oh, he already said that. Already said that. Bods of adamantite. Alright, this will get us our final ether current. Nice, nice. Kokol Dankol is, as usual, worked up over the aether burner. Oh, I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only. Yeah, one level away from cap. I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. Just downloading stuff on your new Xbox? Nice! What Xbox did you get? A Series X, Series S? And do you have Game Pass, I'm guessing? I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Any smoke rising from the building behind me will be entirely unrelated to what I didn't say, got it? Series X, nice. Must be nice. No, I'm just kidding. Have Game Pass from your Xbox One still? Okay, yep. I have a Series S, which, for what I use, works perfectly fine for me. So I cannot complain about that. What's first on your list to play? I'm going to guess Halo Infinite. Actually, they just added Final Fantasy 13 too, so maybe that's what you're going to play. Woo! Hey, Snowman, how's it going? Thanks for the hydrate. Much appreciated. Time to open another one, by the way. How are you doing today, Snowman? Been lurking, waiting for dinner? Nice, nice. Yeah, that's something I gotta figure out sometime soon here. We'll see what I feel like. I am gonna take a really quick break. We'll be back just a moment here and see what is in store for us now.